Hello there, dreamers of Hogwarts. Tonight, we journey beyond the ticking clocks of the Muggle world into a realm of magic, mystery, and memories hidden in candlelit corridors. I'll be your guide through the enchanted halls of Hogwarts, where portraits whisper secrets, staircases shift with purpose, and even silence holds a bit of spellwork. So, tuck in, dim the lights, and let the soft swish of robes and the hum of spells lull you into rest. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore our full Harry Potter playlist for more sleepy tales from the wizarding world. And if there's a magical moment you'd love to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Harry Potter, where dreams swirl like smoke from a wand. The late afternoon sun hangs low over Hogwarts, painting the ancient stones in shades of honey and amber. Through the glass panels of Greenhouse 2, the light filters in long golden beams that dance with floating dust motes, creating a dreamy atmosphere that seems to slow time itself. The air inside carries the comforting scent of fresh earth and growing things, that particular mixture of damp soil, green leaves, and the faint sweetness of magical blooms that only exists in Professor Sprout's domain. You find yourself following a sixth-year Hufflepuff student named Clara Ashworth as she makes her way along the gravel path toward the greenhouses. Her footsteps create a gentle crunching rhythm that mingles with the distant sounds of the castle, the faint echo of laughter from an open window, the soft hooting of an owl preparing for its evening hunt, the whisper of wind through the nearby forbidden forest. Clara's robes are dusted with soil at the hem, and her sleeves are rolled up to her elbows, revealing arms marked with the gentle scratches and green stains that come from dedicated plant care. She pushes open the door to Greenhouse 2 with a familiar ease, and you follow her inside. The change in atmosphere is immediate and enveloping. Where the outside air carried the crispness of approaching evening, here the climate is warm and humid, like stepping into a gentle embrace. The greenhouse glass overhead is slightly fogged with condensation, softening the sunlight into a diffused glow that bathes everything in warmth. Clara moves through the rows of plants with practiced steps, her fingers trailing lightly along leaves and stems as she passes. She knows each plant here by heart, the temperamental fanged geraniums that need firm handling, the shy bluebells that chime softly when pleased, the row of pupperpods that swell gently in the humid air like purple balloons. This daily ritual of tending the plants has become her sanctuary, a quiet hour between the end of classes and dinner where she can simply be. The reason for this need for solitude makes itself known as Clara pauses beside a watering can, her shoulders dropping slightly. Homesickness has been her constant companion these past weeks, a dull ache that sits heavy in her chest. Her family's cottage in the Cotswolds feels impossibly far away, and though she loves Hogwarts dearly, sometimes the ancient castle feels too big, too full of echoes and unfamiliar faces. The plants, at least, don't require conversation or explanation. They simply need care, and in caring for them, Clara finds a small measure of peace. She fills the copper watering can from a tap that never runs dry, the water emerging at exactly the right temperature for sensitive magical plants. The sound of water filling the can creates a soothing melody in the quiet greenhouse, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves stirring in the magically maintained breeze. Clara begins her rounds, moving from pot to pot with careful attention. First, the tentacular saplings that require just a light misting, too much water and they become aggressive. She watches the droplets bead on their dark leaves, rolling down to pool in the soil below. Next, the row of mandrakes, still too young to be dangerous, but already developing their characteristic grumpy expressions, even in their planted state. She whispers to them as she waters, a habit she's developed over weeks of care. There you are, settling in nicely. Professor Sprout says you'll be ready for repotting next month. The familiar routine soothes her troubled heart, each small task requiring just enough attention to keep darker thoughts at bay. She moves on to the bouncing bulbs, which quiver excitedly at her approach, their pot rattling against the wooden shelf. A small smile touches her lips, the first genuine one today, as she steadies the pot with one hand while watering with the other. It's as she's reaching for her notebook to record the growth measurements that she hears it. A sound so faint she almost dismisses it as imagination. A tiny tinkling like the distant chime of the smallest bell, or perhaps the sound of champagne bubbles bursting. Clara pauses, her quill hovering over the parchment, listening intently. There it is again, slightly louder this time, and seemingly coming from the back corner of the greenhouse, where the afternoon sun creates its brightest pool of light. Curiosity overcoming her melancholy, Clara sets down her notebook and follows the sound, careful not to disturb the plants she passes. The venomous tentacula in the corner has grown considerably since the start of term, its thick vines creating a natural curtain that blocks off a small section of the greenhouse. She parts the vines carefully. The plant knows her by now, and doesn't attempt to strangle her, though she feels one tendril brush against her wrist in what might be greeting or warning. Behind the green curtain, almost hidden in the dappled shadows, sits a small clay pot she's never noticed before. It's unremarkable in appearance, the terracotta aged to a soft pink brown, with no label or distinguishing marks. But the plant within it, Clara's breath catches softly. It's unlike anything in her herbology textbooks. The stem is slender and pearl white, almost translucent, rising about a foot from the soil. At its crown sits a single flower bud, tightly closed, with petals that seem to shimmer with an inner light. Golden veins trace delicate patterns across the white surface, pulsing gently as if the flower has its own heartbeat. As Clara leans closer, a beam of direct sunlight breaks through the gap in the vines, striking the flower full on. The effect is immediate and magical. The bud quivers, the golden veins brightening, and then, unmistakably, it giggles. The sound is pure delight made audible, a tinkling cascade of notes that seem to bubble up from the very heart of the flower. It's the giggle of a baby discovering its toes, of friends sharing a secret joke, of joy so complete it must be expressed. Clara finds herself smiling in response, a genuine, surprised smile that chases away the shadows in her eyes. "Oh," she breathes, reaching out instinctively before catching herself. "What are you?" The sunbeam shifts slightly as a cloud passes overhead, and the giggling fades to a contented hum. Clara watches, entranced, as the flower bud rocks gently on its stem, almost as if settling back to sleep. She notices now that the soil around it sparkles faintly, as if mixed with crushed starlight, and the air immediately around the plant seems warmer, more alive somehow. Moving with extreme care, Clara retrieves a low stool from nearby and settles herself beside the mysterious plant. She pulls out her wand and creates a small ball of light, floating it at different angles to see if it will provoke the same response as sunlight. The flower remains quiet, though the golden veins continue their gentle pulsing. It seems only true sunlight will do. Minutes pass in quiet observation. Clara notices how the other plants near this corner seem especially healthy. The usually drooping flitterbloom has perked up considerably, and even the notoriously difficult Chinese chomping cabbage appears content. Whatever this giggling flower is, its presence seems beneficial to its neighbors. The sun continues its descent, sending new beams through different panes of glass. Each time a ray finds the flower, the giggles return, sometimes soft and burbling, other times bright and effervescent. Clara finds herself timing the clouds, anticipating each new burst of floral laughter with growing delight. Without conscious thought, she realizes the tight knot of homesickness in her chest has loosened, replaced by wonder and a strange, gentle warmth. As the golden hour deepens, painting everything in richer hues, Clara makes a decision. She won't report this discovery immediately. This flower, whatever it is, feels like a secret meant to be kept, at least for a little while. She'll research, certainly. The library must have something about flowers that laugh. But for now, this is hers to tend and protect. She takes out her notebook again, this time sketching the flower with careful attention to detail. The way the petals overlap while still in bud, the precise shade of the golden veins, the exact angle of the stem. As she draws, she whispers to the plant, sharing thoughts she hasn't voiced to anyone since arriving back at school. "My little sister would love you," she tells it softly. Lily laughs just like that, all bubbles and light. She's only 4, too young for Hogwarts, and I miss her terribly. Miss all of them, really. Mum and Dad, my older brother James, who's working in London now. Sunday dinners where we all talked over each other. Mum's shepherd's pie. Dad's terrible jokes that we all groan at but secretly love. The flower sways gently as she speaks, and when another sunbeam finds it, the resulting giggle sounds almost sympathetic, as if it understands the bitter sweetness of being away from those you love. Clara feels tears prick at her eyes, but for the first time in weeks, they're not entirely sad. The greenhouse door opens with a gentle creak, and Clara looks up to see Professor Sprout entering for her evening inspection. The herbology professor's lined face brightens when she spots Clara. "Still here, Miss Ashworth? Dedicated as always, I see." Professor Sprout's voice carries the warmth of earth and growing things. Clara hesitates, then makes another decision. "Professor, could you come look at this? I've found something rather unusual." Interest sparked, Professor Sprout makes her way over, navigating the plant rows with the ease of long familiarity. When she sees the flower behind the tentacular curtain, her bushy eyebrows rise dramatically. "My word," she breathes, lowering herself onto a conjured cushion with surprising grace. "I haven't seen one of these in, it must be 30 years at least." "You know what it is?" Clara asks eagerly. Professor Sprout nods slowly, her eyes never leaving the closed flower bud. Solaris redentia, the sun gigglebloom. They're extraordinarily rare, nearly extinct some say, native to a single valley in Switzerland, where the magical ley lines create pockets of concentrated joy. As if responding to its name being spoken, the flower catches another dying ray of sunlight and releases a particularly melodious giggle. Professor Sprout's weathered face splits into a delighted grin. "Oh, how wonderful," she murmurs. "They're said to be natural mood enhancers, you know. Not in any artificial way like a cheering charm, but by simply reminding us that joy exists in the world. Their laughter is supposed to resonate with the happiness already inside us, helping it surface." Clara considers this, thinking of how her homesickness had eased in the flower's presence. not disappeared entirely, but transformed into something more bearable, touched with the sweetness of good memories rather than the ache of loss. How did it come to be here? She asks. Professor Sprout shakes her head slowly. That's a mystery. This greenhouse has stood for centuries, with countless professors adding their own specimens. It's entirely possible this one's been here all along, waiting for the right conditions, or perhaps the right person, to bloom. For the last direct sunlight of the day slants through the greenhouse, catching the flower in a golden spotlight. This time, the giggle that emerges is different. Sleepier, more contented, like a yawn made of joy. The petals seem to relax slightly, the golden veins dimming to a soft amber glow. It's saying goodnight, Clara realizes aloud. Indeed, Professor Sprout agrees. They're strictly diurnal bloomers, won't open fully until it's had at least a week of regular sunlight giggles, but once it does... She trails off with a mysterious smile. What happens then? Clara can't help but ask. You'll see, my dear. I think this little one has chosen you as its caretaker. Would you like to take on that responsibility? It will mean coming here every sunny afternoon, at least until it's fully bloomed. Clara nods eagerly. Yes, please, I'd be honored. Professor Sprout pats her shoulder gently. I thought you might. Now, let me tell you about their care. They need very little water, just a light misting every 3 days. The soil should be mixed with moon dust, which I'll show you how to prepare. And most importantly, they need someone to witness their joy. These flowers don't laugh in empty rooms. They need connection, presence. As they discuss the finer points of Solaris Redentia care, Clara feels something shift inside her. The greenhouse no longer feels like just a refuge from homesickness. It feels like a place where she belongs, where she has purpose. Tomorrow, she'll write to her family about the giggling flower, sharing this magical discovery with them across the miles. Maybe Lily will draw a picture of what she imagines it looks like. Maybe her parents will share their own stories of unexpected wonders. The next few days pass in a gentle rhythm. Clara attends her classes with renewed focus, no longer losing herself in melancholy daydreams. Her friends notice the change. Susie comments that she seems lighter somehow, and Marcus jokes that she must have found a secret stash of Honeydukes chocolate. Clara just smiles and says she's been spending more time in the greenhouses. Each afternoon, as the sun begins its descent toward the mountains, Clara makes her way to Greenhouse 2. She's established a routine now, watering the plants that need it, checking for pests or signs of disease, recording growth measurements in her increasingly detailed notebook. But always she saves time to sit with the Solaris Redentia. The flower has begun to open, so gradually that the change is only noticeable day by day. The tightly closed bud now shows hints of the petals within, layers upon layers of translucent white shot through with gold, and the giggles have evolved too. What started as simple tinkling has become a complex symphony of joy. Sometimes it sounds like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, sometimes like a brook babbling over smooth stones, sometimes like the precise, clear notes of a music box. On Thursday afternoon, she brings her herbology study group to see it. But you can't tell anyone else yet, she insists. Professor Sprout says it needs peace to bloom properly. Her friends gather round in hushed awe as the afternoon sun sets the flower to giggling. And Clara watches, delighted, as their faces transform, stress lines smoothing, shoulders dropping, smiles blooming unconsciously. Thomas, who's been struggling with his transfiguration work, actually laughs along with the flower. Penelope, usually so serious and studious, sits cross-legged on the greenhouse floor and just listens, tears of unexpected happiness sliding down her cheek. It's like... She struggles for words. Like bottled sunshine. Like the feeling of the first warm day after winter. Clara nods. She's been thinking about this all week, how the flowers' magic isn't really magic at all, not in the way they usually think of it. It doesn't cast a spell or create an artificial emotion. Instead, it simply reminds them that joy is always there, waiting beneath the surface of their worries and fears. The giggle doesn't create happiness. It gives permission for the happiness already inside to emerge. By Friday, word has somehow spread, despite their best efforts at secrecy. Clara arrives at the greenhouse to find a small gathering of students waiting outside. Her first instinct is protective anger. This is her special place, her flower, her quiet refuge. But then she sees their faces. First years looking homesick and overwhelmed. Seventh years stressed about newts. A third year, Ravenclaw she recognizes as having recently lost a beloved pet. She looks at them all, then makes a decision her earlier self might not have made. Small groups, she says firmly, and you have to be quiet. If you disturb the other plants or the flower itself, you'll be asked to leave. What follows is one of the most magical afternoons Clara has experienced at Hogwarts. She guides group after group into the greenhouse, watching as the Solaris Redentia works its gentle magic. The flower seems to sense the need around it, giggling extra enthusiastically whenever a particularly sad student approaches. One tiny first-year Gryffindor actually joins in, giggling along until the whole greenhouse rings with the mingled sound of flower and child in shared delight. Professor Sprout arrives near sunset to find Clara surrounded by students, all sitting in a loose circle around the nearly bloomed flower. The herbology professor's eyes twinkle as she surveys the scene. "Well," she says softly, "I see our special bloom has been making friends." Clara looks up, slightly anxious. "I hope it's all right, Professor. They all seem to need..." "Exactly what the flower offers," Professor Sprout finishes. "That's the thing about Solaris Redentia, my dear. They can't help but share their joy. It's their nature, just as it's clearly your nature to recognize when others need that gift." As the last rays of sun fade and the flower's giggles quiet to sleepy murmurs, the students begin to disperse. Many stop to thank Clara, pressing her hand or offering shy smiles. The little Gryffindor throws her arms around Clara's waist in a fierce hug before running off to dinner. When they're alone, except for Professor Sprout, Clara turns back to the flower. In the dying light, she can see that tomorrow will likely bring the full bloom. The petals have loosened considerably, showing glimpses of an interior that seems to hold captured starlight. "I was wrong, you know," she tells the plant softly. "When I first found you, I thought you were here to heal my homesickness. But that's not it at all. You're teaching me that I can carry joy with me, that I can create home wherever I am by sharing what makes me happy." The flower sways gently, and even without sunlight, Clara swears she hears the faintest giggle, a sound of agreement and affection. That night, Clara writes the longest letter she's sent home all term. She describes the Solaris Redentia in loving detail, includes sketches from multiple angles, and tries to capture in words the sound of its laughter. But more than that, she writes about her friends, her classes, the small daily joys she's been too homesick to notice before. She realizes as she writes that Hogwarts has become a second home, not in spite of missing her family, but alongside it. She can love both places, carry both in her heart. Saturday dawns clear and bright, unusual for October in Scotland. Clara is at the greenhouse door before breakfast, practically vibrating with anticipation. Professor Sprout meets her there, along with the small group of students who have become regular visitors to the giggling flower. They enter together, moving quietly through the morning fresh greenhouse, to the corner where the Solaris Redentia waits. Clara gasps softly. Overnight, the flower has transformed. The bud has fully opened, revealing petals so delicate they seem made of captured moonbeams. The golden veins create a spiraling pattern from the center outward, and at the heart of the bloom, a cluster of what look like tiny stars sparkle and pulse. "It's beautiful," someone whispers, and Clara nods, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. They arrange themselves in a semicircle, waiting. The morning sun climbs higher, its rays creeping across the greenhouse floor like golden fingers. The moment the light touches the fully opened bloom, the effect is extraordinary. The giggle that emerges is unlike any they've heard before. It's laughter in its purest form, the sound of absolute, uncomplicated joy. But more than that, as the flower laughs, the tiny stars at its center begin to release glowing motes of light that drift upward like enchanted pollen. Where they touch, they leave a tingling sensation of warmth and well-being. Clara holds out her hand and one of the light motes settles on her palm. For a moment she experiences a flash of pure happiness, not her own, but the flower's, sharing its delight at finally being able to give its gift freely. Around her, the other students are having similar experiences, their faces lighting up with wonder and unexpected joy. "This is its true purpose," Professor Sprout explains softly. "The Solaris Ridentia stores up joy from all who witness its laughter, concentrates it, and then releases it back into the world, multiplied. Every giggle you've shared with it, every moment of happiness in its presence, has been gathered and transformed into these seeds of joy." The light motes continue to drift, some settling on the other plants, which seem to stand a little taller, some floating out through the greenhouse vents to who knows where. Clara imagines them drifting across the grounds, touching students who need a moment of unexpected happiness, carrying the flower's gift far and wide. As the display continues, Clara feels a deep sense of completion. She came to this greenhouse seeking solitude and found community. She thought she needed to escape her homesickness and instead learned to transform it into something beautiful. The Solaris Ridentia, with its simple, pure laughter, has taught her that joy shared is joy multiplied. The flower will continue to bloom, she knows. Every sunny day will bring new giggles, new opportunities for students to discover that happiness can be as simple as sitting still and listening to a flower laugh at the light. And Clara will be here to tend it, to protect it, to share its gift with anyone who needs reminding that joy exists, always, waiting just beneath the surface of our everyday life. As the morning sun climbs higher and the greenhouse fills with golden light and gentle laughter, Clara closes her eyes and makes a wish. Not for anything specific, just a wordless hope that this feeling, this sense of connection and belonging, and simple, uncomplicated happiness will stay with her always. When she opens her eyes, a light mote is hovering right in front of her, pulsing gently as if in promise. She smiles, and somewhere deep in her chest she feels an answering giggle wanting to emerge. Perhaps, she thinks, the real magic of the Solaris Ridentia isn't in its laughter at all. Perhaps it's in teaching us that we all carry that same capacity for spontaneous, sunshine-bright joy. We just need reminding sometimes, We just need permission to let it bloom. The days that follow take on a golden quality in Clara's memory. The Solaris Redentia becomes a beloved fixture of Greenhouse 2, drawing a steady stream of visitors who leave with lighter hearts and genuine smiles. Clara maintains her role as primary caretaker, learning to prepare the special moondust mixture that keeps the soil sparkling, carefully documenting each variation in the flower's extensive repertoire of giggles. She discovers that the flower responds not just to sunlight, but to the quality of light at different times of day. Morning sun brings giggles that sound like awakening, soft, surprised, delighted to greet another day. Noon sun produces the most exuberant laughter, bold and golden and impossible to resist. But it's the late afternoon light, that special honeyed glow of approaching evening, that creates the most beautiful sounds. Complex melodies of contentment that seem to capture every good thing about the day that's passing. Word of the giggling flower spreads throughout Hogwarts in the way that magical things do, not through announcements or official channels, but through whispers and wonder. Students arrive at the greenhouse with doubt in their eyes and leave believers. Even some of the professors begin making discreet visits. Clara catches Professor McGonagall there one evening, standing very still, with the faintest of smiles, as the flower giggles through sunset colours. The Hufflepuff common room, always warm and welcoming, becomes even more so as Clara's housemates embrace the flower as a sort of mascot. Someone embroiders a laughing bloom onto a cushion. Another student composes a cheerful tune inspired by the flower's giggles. The prefects organize sunshine sessions, where stressed students can sign up for greenhouse visits during the flower's peak giggling hours. Clara's correspondence with home takes on new life. Her family, enchanted by her descriptions, begins sending their own stories of unexpected joy found in simple places. Her father writes about a robin that's taken to singing outside his workshop window. Her mother describes the way morning frost on the garden creates tiny prisms. Lily sends drawings, increasingly elaborate, of what she calls the laugh flower, each version more fantastically colourful than the last. The separation still aches sometimes. Clara still misses Sunday dinners and her mother's hugs, and the sound of her brother's terrible puns, but the ache no longer overwhelms. Instead, it exists alongside her new joys, the satisfaction of earth under her fingernails, the warmth of greenhouse friendships, the daily miracle of a flower that finds existence itself amusing enough to laugh about. One particularly memorable afternoon, a storm threatens. Dark clouds mass over the mountains, and the greenhouse dims to twilight darkness in the middle of the day. The Solaris Redentia closes slightly, its petals drawing inward protectively. The students present, there are always students present now, murmur disappointment. No sun means no giggle, but Clara has been learning the flower's moods, its subtle communications. She approaches it carefully and does something she's never done before. She laughs. Not forced or artificial, but genuinely, remembering the first time she heard its giggle and how surprised she'd been. One by one, the other students join in until the greenhouse rings with human laughter. And then, amazingly, the flower responds. Without a trace of sunlight, it releases a giggle, different from its usual sound, more like an echo or a memory of all the joy it's collected. The golden veins in its petals glow softly, providing their own light in the storm darkness. It's a reminder that joy doesn't always need perfect conditions. Sometimes it can create its own light. When the sun returns the next day, the flower seems different, fuller somehow, as if the exchange of laughter has nourished it in ways beyond what sunlight and moon dust can provide. Professor Sprout, observing this development with deep interest, shares her theory that they're witnessing evolution in action, the flower adapting to its new environment, learning to thrive on the magical resonance of human joy as much as solar energy. As winter approaches and sunny days become precious, Clara organizes a celebration for the flower's 2-month anniversary in the greenhouse. Students bring magical lights that mimic different qualities of sunshine. Someone enchants crystals to cast rainbow patterns. The frog choir performs a tinkling melody that harmonizes with the flower's giggles. It's during this gathering, surrounded by warmth and light and laughter, that Clara realizes she hasn't felt truly homesick in weeks. Not because she's forgotten her family or stopped missing them, but because she's learned to be fully present where she is. The Solaris Redentia taught her that, to find the joy available in each moment rather than always longing for joy remembered or anticipated. Near the party's end, as the real sun makes a brief appearance through the winter clouds, the flower produces its most spectacular display yet. The giggles cascade in waves, each one triggering sympathetic laughter from the assembled students. The air fills with golden light motes that swirl and dance, creating patterns that look almost like words in an unknown language, perhaps the flower's way of saying thank you, of expressing its own joy at being found, tended, shared. Clara stands at the center of it all, no longer the lonely, homesick girl who sought solitude among the plants. She's become someone who understands that homes aren't just places, but feelings we create and share. That joy isn't something we find, but something we tend, like a garden, with patience and presence and the willingness to laugh at the light. As the celebration winds down and students drift away, carrying traces of golden glow on their robes and in their hearts, Clara remains. She sits in her familiar spot beside the Solaris Redentia, now as much a part of her Hogwarts routine as classes and meals. "Thank you," she tells the flower simply, "for reminding me how to giggle." The flower sways gently, its petals catching the last light of day, and together, flower and girl, they laugh, not because anything particularly funny has happened, but because sometimes existence itself is reason enough for joy. The sound rises through the greenhouse, past the fogged glass and into the Scottish evening, carrying with it the simple, profound magic of happiness, shared and multiplied. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new homesick first years, new storms both literal and metaphorical, but it will also bring sunlight, and where there's sunlight there will be giggles, and where there are giggles, Clara now knows, there is always the possibility of joy breaking through. As she finally prepares to leave for dinner, Clara takes one last look at the Solaris Redentia. In the fading light, it seems to glow with its own inner radiance, a beacon of gentle happiness in a world that often forgets such simple magics exist. She knows that long after she leaves Hogwarts, she'll carry the memory of this flower and its laughter. More than that, she'll carry the lesson it taught, that joy is not a finite resource to be hoarded, but an endless spring that flows fuller the more freely it's shared. The greenhouse door closes softly behind her, but the warmth remains, golden and giggling in her heart. As the story of Clara and the giggling flower comes to its gentle close, another tale awaits in the deepening twilight of Hogwarts. In our next story, we'll discover what happens when the earth itself begins to dance, and students learn that magic sometimes expresses itself in the most unexpected ways. Join us for the dancing roots of Greenhouse 3. Twilight settles over Hogwarts like a purple velvet cloak, soft and encompassing. The last traces of sunset linger at the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of lavender and deep rose, while the first stars begin their tentative appearance in the darkening sky above. You find yourself walking along the covered pathway that connects the castle to the greenhouses, where advanced herbology students are gathering for a special evening observation class. The air carries that particular quality of early autumn evenings, still warm from the day's sun, but with an underlying coolness that hints at the season's turn. From somewhere in the distance comes the sound of the lake lapping gently against its shores, mixed with the evening songs of birds settling into the forbidden forest for the night. The greenhouse complex ahead glows with soft magical light, the glass panels catching and reflecting the fading colors of dusk. Professor Sprout stands at the entrance to Greenhouse 3, her usually dirt-smudged robes freshly cleaned for the evening's lesson. Her round face beams with barely contained excitement as students arrive in small groups, their voices hushed with anticipation. This evening observation has been marked on the calendar for weeks, a rare opportunity to witness something that happens perhaps once in a decade, if the conditions are precisely right. Come in, she beckons, her voice warm with enthusiasm, but quietly now, we don't want to disturb them prematurely. You follow the group of 6th and 7th year students into Greenhouse 3, immediately noticing the difference from the other greenhouses. Where Greenhouse 1 houses the more common magical plants, and Greenhouse 2 contains the melodious specimens, Greenhouse 3 has always felt more ancient, more deeply connected to the earth itself. The air here is heavier, richer, filled with the scent of deep soil and root vegetables that have been growing undisturbed for months. The greenhouse's enchanted heating charms work differently here too. Instead of warming the air, they warm the soil itself, creating a gentle, radiating heat that rises from below. Your feet feel it through your shoes, a pleasant, grounding warmth that seems to pulse with its own quiet rhythm. The glass ceiling, usually transparent, has been charmed to a gentle opacity, allowing the twilight to filter through, while maintaining the mystery of what's to come. Students settle onto cushions that have been arranged in a wide circle around the central growing beds. These aren't the raised planters found in the other greenhouses, but deep beds that connect directly to the earth below, their soil dark and rich, and somehow more alive than ordinary earth. Root vegetables of various magical varieties grow here. Mooncrest parsnips, with their silvery tops just visible above ground. Harmonious carrots whose leaves chime softly in the breeze. Purple turnips that are said to enhance dream recall, and radishes that glow faintly in the dark. Among the students, you notice Marcus Wainwright, a usually boisterous Gryffindor who seems uncharacteristically quiet tonight. His fingers drum nervously on his knees as he finds a spot in the circle. Beside him sits Luna Clearwater, a Ravenclaw whose dreamy demeanor masks a deep understanding of natural magic. She seems perfectly at ease, her bare feet having somehow already found their way out of her shoes to touch the warm soil at the edge of the growing bed. Now then, Professor Sprout begins, settling herself onto a cushion with surprising grace for someone of her sturdy build. Who can tell me why we're here tonight, Miss Clearwater? Luna's voice is soft but clear in the hushed greenhouse. Tonight is the autumn equilibrium, Professor. When day and night balance perfectly, the root vegetables can sometimes feel the shift in the earth's rhythm. Precisely. Professor Sprout nods approvingly, and in Greenhouse 3, with our connection to the deeper earth and the concentrated magical energies that flow through Hogwarts foundations, we might, if we're very fortunate, witness something truly extraordinary. She waves her wand in a gentle arc, and the magical lights dim further, leaving only a soft, amber glow that seems to emanate from the soil itself. In the growing quiet, small sounds become magnified. The gentle rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water from an irrigation charm, the collective breathing of the assembled students. Everyone, place your hands flat on the floor, Professor Sprout instructs quietly. Feel the warmth, the connection to the earth below. Breathe deeply and slowly. What we're about to witness requires patience and stillness. You watch as the students follow her instructions, palms pressed to the greenhouse floor. Marcus looks skeptical but complies, while Luna closes her eyes with a small smile as if greeting an old friend. Others shift nervously, unused to such stillness, but gradually the greenhouse settles into a profound quiet. Minutes pass, the twilight deepens outside, purple fading to indigo, and still nothing happens. A few students begin to fidget, but a gentle look from Professor Sprout stills them. The waiting itself becomes a kind of meditation, a lesson in patience that's rare in the usually active world of magical education. Then, so subtle that at first it might be imagination, there's a tremor. Not in the ground exactly, but in the quality of the warmth rising from it. The steady pulse that everyone has been feeling shifts, becomes more rhythmic, more intentional. A few students' eyes widen, but they maintain their silence, not wanting to break whatever spell is building. The soil in the growing beds begins to shift, not dramatically, not all at once, but in small, rhythmic movements that match the pulse everyone can now clearly feel through their palms. It's as if something beneath is stirring, awakening to the call of the balanced night. A pale tip breaks through the soil near the mooncrest parsnips. Then another, and another. Not the leaves, those remain still above ground, but the roots themselves, rising partially from their earthen home. They're pearl white in the dim light, twisted and gnarled from months of growth, and they're moving with unmistakable purpose. Oh, breathes someone, perhaps Eliza Thornwood from Hufflepuff, and the soft exhalation seems to encourage the phenomenon. More root tips emerge, not just parsnips now, but carrots and turnips and radishes, each type moving in its own distinct pattern. The parsnips sway with elegant sweeping motions. The carrots twist in tight spirals. The turnips pulse in and out of the soil like shy creatures testing the air. The radishes quiver with an energy that makes their natural glow flicker like tiny heartbeats. But it's not chaotic or random. As the students watch in growing wonder, it becomes clear that the roots are moving in harmony, responding to some unheard rhythm that flows through the very foundation of the greenhouse. The pulse that everyone feels through their hands is the beat to which the roots dance, and it's getting stronger, more complex. Professor Sprout's eyes shine with tears of joy. 23 years I've been teaching, she whispers, and I've only seen this twice before. You're witnessing root consciousness, the moment when the collective life force of the plants connects with the deeper rhythms of the earth itself. The dance continues to evolve. The roots seem to be communicating with each other through their movements, creating patterns that ripple across the growing beds like waves. When the parsnips lean left, the carrots spiral right. When the turnips sink low, the radishes reach high. It's a conversation in motion, a symphony without sound. Marcus, the skeptical Gryffindor, is no longer drumming his fingers. His hands are pressed firmly to the floor, his eyes wide with wonder as he watches the earthen ballet before him. "I can feel it," he murmurs, barely audible. "The rhythm. It's like a heartbeat, but deeper. Older." Luna nods, her eyes still closed, swaying slightly with the same rhythm as the roots. "The earth remembers," she says dreamily. "Every season, every growth, every harvest. Tonight it's sharing those memories through dance." As if responding to her words, the movement of the roots becomes more elaborate. They're not just swaying now, but creating actual patterns, figure eights and spirals, crosses and circles. The soil parts gently around them, disturbed but not displaced, as if the earth itself is participating in the dance. The magical glow from the radishes intensifies, casting shifting shadows that make it seem as though the entire greenhouse is in motion. The shadows dance on the glass walls, creating secondary patterns that complement the root dance below. Even the air seems to shimmer with the energy being released, visible as faint waves of heat that rise and fall with the rhythm. "Should we do something?" asks Thomas Ashford, a Slytherin who usually maintains careful control in all situations. His voice carries a note of uncertainty, as if he's not sure whether to observe or participate. Professor Sprout considers for a moment, then nods slowly. "Feel the rhythm through your hands," she instructs. "Don't force anything, but if you feel moved to sway, to move with it, don't resist. Sometimes magic invites us to participate rather than simply observe." Tentatively at first, students begin to move. Not their whole bodies, they remain seated, but gentle swaying motions that match the pulse they feel. Luna is already moving more freely, her upper body describing the same spirals as the carrots. One by one, others join in, letting the earth's rhythm guide them. The effect is immediate and profound. As the students synchronize with the roots' movement, the dance below becomes more vibrant, more joyful somehow. The roots rise higher from the soil, their movements more expansive. New participants join. Even the usually static bogbug tubers begin a slow, stately revolution. And the notoriously antisocial hermit rashes emerge far enough to reveal their full luminescent beauty. Marcus laughs, not mockingly, but with pure delight. It's like they know we're here, like they're dancing for us. No, with us. Precisely, Mr. Wainwright. Professor Sprout beams. This is the old magic, the kind that existed long before wands and spells. The magic of connection, of recognizing that we're all part of the same living system. The roots dance to celebrate their connection to the earth, and when we join them, we become part of that celebration. The dance continues to build, reaching what feels like a crescendo. The movements become faster, more intricate, yet never losing their fundamental harmony. Students who were hesitant at first now move freely, caught up in the ancient rhythm. Even the plants that aren't traditionally root vegetables seem affected. The climbing beans perform a subtle writhe, and the leafy herbs rustle in patterns that match the underground ballet. Then something extraordinary happens. The very air in the greenhouse begins to shimmer more visibly, and within those shimmers, shapes begin to form. Not solid shapes, but impressions, like memories made visible. The students see flashes of the greenhouse through seasons. Spring plantings where tiny seeds were coaxed into life, summer growth explosions of green, autumn harvests under golden moons, winter's quiet dormancy. All of it swirls together in the shimmering air, a visible representation of the cycles the roots are celebrating. The plants are showing us their memories, Professor Sprout explains softly, her own movement never ceasing. Each growth cycle, each season survived, each magical transformation. It's all stored in their roots, in their connection to the earth. And tonight, they're sharing it with us. A mooncrest parsnip rises almost entirely from the soil, revealing its full length, nearly 2 feet, of gnarled, silvery root that pulses with its own inner light. As it sways, the air around it shows a particular memory. Professor Sprout is a much younger witch carefully planting the ancestor of this very parsnip, whispering encouragements to the seed. The image shifts, showing generations of growth, harvest, and replanting, an unbroken chain of care and cultivation. Other roots share their own memories. The harmonious carrots show the day they were first sung to by a student with a particularly beautiful voice, and how that song became part of their essence. The turnips reveal the night a unicorn visited the greenhouse, its presence charging the soil with an extra dose of pure magic. The radishes display the time a phoenix feather fell through an open window, disintegrating into the soil and gifting them their bioluminescent properties. Students watch in awe as these plant memories swirl around them. Some reach out tentatively, and where their fingers pass through the shimmering visions, they feel echoes of the emotions contained within. The hope of planting, the satisfaction of growth, the bittersweet beauty of harvest. "I never knew," whispers Eliza, tears streaming down her face. "I never knew they remembered so much, felt so much." "All living things have memory," Luna says, still swaying with her eyes closed. "We just don't always know how to listen." The dance reaches its peak. Every root in the greenhouse is now participating, creating a symphony of movement that seems to touch something primal in everyone present. The rhythm isn't just felt through the floor now, it reverberates through bones, through heartbeats, through the very magic that flows in their veins. Students move more freely, some rising to their knees, others lifting their arms, all maintaining contact with the earth while expressing the joy and wonder of the moment. Even the skeptical and reserved find themselves caught up in it. Thomas Ashford, who began the evening stiff with uncertainty, now moves with fluid grace, his usual mask of control replaced by an expression of wonder. A pair of Ravenclaw twins who rarely agree on anything move in perfect unison. A shy Hufflepuff, who usually hides at the back of classes, sways at the center of it all, radiating quiet joy. The boundaries between individual and collective, between human and plant, between earth and air seem to blur. Everyone in the greenhouse becomes part of a single living system, breathing together, moving together, experiencing the profound magic of connection that underlies all life. Then, as gently as it began, the dance starts to wind down. The movements slow, become more languid, like dancers at the end of a long, satisfying performance. The roots begin their gradual retreat back into the soil, but slowly, savoring these last moments of open expression. The shimmering air settles, the memories fading back into the earth, where they're kept safe until the next time. One by one, the roots disappear beneath the soil, leaving only the gentle mounds and the above-ground growth to show where they rest. The last to submerge is the great mooncrest parsnip, which gives a final, elegant sweep before settling back into its earthen home. The glow from the radishes dims to its usual soft luminescence, and the pulse through the floor gentles to the barely perceptible rhythm of sleeping earth. students slowly seize their own movements, coming back to themselves as if waking from a dream. But it's a gentle waking, suffused with the peace that comes from having touched something larger than individual existence. They look at each other with new eyes, seeing fellow participants in an ancient dance rather than just classmates. The silence that follows is profound but not empty. It's the silence of fulfillment, of an experience so complete that words would only diminish it. Professor Sprout lets it stretch, understanding that some lessons need space to settle into the heart before the mind can process them. Finally, Marcus speaks, his voice soft with wonder. Will they dance again? Perhaps, Professor Sprout replies gently. The conditions have to be just right. The balance of day and night, the accumulated magical energy, the willingness of the plants to share. It might be years before it happens again. Or, she smiles mysteriously, perhaps now that you know how to feel the rhythm, you'll discover that the dance never really stops. It just becomes subtler, happening in root tips and new growth, in the daily miracles we usually overlook. Luna nods sagely. I can still feel it, she says, pressing her palm to the soil. Quieter now, but there, like the earth's lullaby. Other students try it, placing their hands back on the warm floor. And indeed, there is still something there, that gentle pulse of life that underlies all growing things. Having felt it strongly, they can now perceive its subtler manifestations. This is why we study herbology, Professor Sprout continues, her voice taking on the tone of gentle teaching. Not just to learn which plants cure which ailments or how to harvest magical ingredients, but to understand our connection to the living world, to remember that magic isn't something we impose upon nature, but something we participate in with nature. She rises, joints creaking slightly after the long sit, and begins to move among the students. What you've witnessed tonight is a gift. The plants have shown you their secret, that consciousness isn't limited to creatures with brains and nervous systems. Life itself is conscious, aware, capable of joy and expression. They've invited you into their dance, made you part of their celebration. As students begin to slowly stand and stretch, they move differently than before. There's a groundedness to their movements, an awareness of their connection to the earth beneath their feet. Several pause to touch the soil once more, whispering quiet thanks to the roots resting below. I want you each to choose a plant to tend for the rest of term, Professor Sprout announces. Not just to water and care for, but to truly connect with. Sit with it, feel its rhythms, learn its patterns. See if you can sense when it's happy, when it needs something, when it wants to dance even in small ways. Students nod eagerly, already eyeing different sections of the greenhouse with new interest. The assignment doesn't feel like homework, but like an invitation to continue the connection forged tonight. As they begin to file out of the greenhouse, each student pauses at the threshold, looking back at the peaceful growing beds. The greenhouse looks the same as when they entered. Rows of vegetables, tools hanging neatly on hooks, the comforting smell of earth and growth. But they see it differently now. They see the life pulsing beneath the surface, the memories held in every grain of soil, the potential for joy and movement in even the most rooted beings. Marcus catches up with Luna as they walk back toward the castle. Do you really think they're always dancing just too subtly for us to see? Luna smiles her dreamy smile. Everything dances, Marcus. Atoms dance to make molecules. Planets dance around stars. Hearts dance to pump blood. We just learned to see a new kind of dance tonight. Behind them, Professor Sprout remains in the greenhouse, her hand resting gently on the soil where the mooncrest parsnip grows. "Thank you," she whispers to the earth. "Thank you for sharing your joy with them." And perhaps it's imagination, perhaps it's the lingering magic of the evening, but the soil seems to warm slightly under her touch, pulsing once with what feels remarkably like acknowledgement. The days following the root dance are marked by a subtle but profound shift in how students approach herbology. The greenhouse, once just another classroom, has become a sacred space where the ordinary boundaries between species blur and the magic of growth reveals itself in unexpected ways. Marcus chooses to tend a cluster of harmonious carrots, drawn by their musical nature. He spends his free periods sitting beside their bed, learning to distinguish between the different tones they produce. Bright chimes when they're thirsty, deep hums when they're content, and complex harmonies during their dawn growth spurt. He discovers that they respond to his moods, playing softer melodies when he arrives stressed from transfiguration, livelier tunes when he's excited about Quidditch practice. "They're trying to help," he tells Professor Sprout one afternoon, wonder evident in his voice. "When I was upset about my potions grade yesterday, they played something that sounded like a lullaby. And it worked. I felt better." Luna, unsurprisingly, gravitates toward the purple turnips that enhance dream recall. But her approach is unique even by her standards. She doesn't just tend them during waking hours, but returns at night, with Professor Sprout's permission, to sleep beside their bed, allowing her dreams and theirs to mingle. She reports fantastical visions, flying through soil as if it were sky, feeling the pull of water through root systems, experiencing the world from a plant's perspective. "Did you know," she shares with the class one morning, "that turnips dream of becoming clouds? They spend all their time underground imagining what it's like to float freely above." Whether this is true plant consciousness or Luna's beautiful imagination doesn't matter. What matters is the way her classmates now look at the humble turnips with new respect, seeing poetry where once they saw only vegetables. Eliza adopts a family of radishes, charmed by their bioluminescence. She experiments with different care techniques, discovering that they glow brighter when sung to, dimmer when ignored, and produce entirely new colors when she shares her own happy memories with them. Under her care, they develop a spectacular range of hues, not just the usual white-green, but soft blues, warm ambers, and occasionally, when she's particularly joyful, a brilliant gold that illuminates the entire corner of the greenhouse. Thomas, the controlled Slytherin, surprises everyone by choosing the antisocial hermit radishes. These notoriously difficult plants usually hide deep in their soil, emerging only when absolutely necessary. But Thomas's patient, quiet presence seems to soothe them. He spends hours simply sitting nearby, reading his textbooks aloud in a soft voice, never forcing interaction but always available. Slowly, miraculously, the hermit radishes begin to trust him. First, one brave root tip appears when he arrives, then another. By the third week, they actually seem to anticipate his visits, their leaves perking up at the sound of his footsteps. The day one fully emerges from the soil while he's present, Professor Sprout actually tears up. 30 years I've been trying to coax those radishes out, she says, watching Thomas gently water the emerged plant. But you've done what I couldn't. You've made them feel safe. The root dance has changed more than just individual relationships with plants. The entire atmosphere of Greenhouse 3 has shifted. Students arrive early and stay late, not because they have to, but because they want to. Study groups form around the growing beds, with students claiming that they concentrate better with their feet in contact with the warm soil. Even students from other houses who aren't taking advanced herbology begin to visit, drawn by stories of the magical evening. Professor Sprout adapts her teaching to embrace this new engagement. Instead of lecturing from the front, she moves among the beds, letting the plants themselves demonstrate principles of magical botany. When teaching about growth cycles, she has students place their hands on the soil and feel the subtle expansions and contractions that mark a plant's daily rhythms. When discussing magical properties, she encourages them to sense the energy signatures different plants emit. Magic isn't just in the effects, she explains during one memorable lesson. It's in the entire being of the plant. A bezo doesn't cure poison because of some arbitrary magical rule. It does so because the plant it comes from spends its entire existence transmuting toxins in the soil into harmless compounds. When we use it for healing, we're borrowing that deep-lived wisdom. The approach transforms how students think about potion ingredients. They are no longer just items on a shelf, but entities with their own experiences and capabilities. Several students report that their potion making has improved dramatically. When you understand and respect your ingredients, they seem more willing to share their properties. As the term progresses, more subtle changes emerge. Students who participated in the root dance find themselves more grounded in other areas of life. They weather the stress of exams with greater equanimity, approach conflicts with more patience, and seem generally more connected to the rhythms of the world around them. Marcus discovers that his Quidditch performance has improved. It's like I can feel the air currents better, he explains to his bemused teammates. The way the wind moves reminds me of how the roots swayed. There are patterns everywhere if you know how to feel for them. Luna's already considerable intuition deepens further. She begins predicting weather changes days in advance, not through divination, but through subtle cues she picks up from the plants. The turnips told me, she'll say serenely. And sure enough, rain arrives exactly when she said it would. Eliza finds her empathic abilities enhanced. Always sensitive to others' emotions, she now seems to sense the underlying currents of feeling that flow through groups, much like the rhythm that connected all the dancing roots. She becomes an unofficial mediator in house disputes, her radish-trained awareness helping her understand what people need before they know it themselves. Even Thomas's characteristic need for control softens into something more flexible. His work with the hermit radishes has taught him that some things can't be forced or scheduled. They emerge in their own time, in response to patience and genuine care. His friends notice he's less rigid, more willing to let situations unfold naturally. Word of the transformation spreads through Hogwarts. Other professors begin incorporating elements of embodied experiential learning into their classes. Professor Flitwick has students feel the vibrations of different charms through their wand hand. Professor McGonagall encourages students to sense the moment of transformation, rather than just visualizing it. Even Professor Binns miraculously attempts to make history of magic more experiential, though his efforts are somewhat limited by his ghostly state. But it's in Greenhouse 3 that the most profound magic continues to unfold. As autumn deepens toward winter, the plants prepare for dormancy, but the connection established during the dance remains strong. Students report dreams where they move through the soil as easily as air, where they photosynthesize sunlight into pure joy, where the boundaries between plant and human consciousness dissolve entirely. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, something unexpected happens. Without any planning or announcement, students begin arriving at Greenhouse 3 after dinner. First just a few, Marcus and Luna, drawn by an instinct they can't quite name. Then more, until nearly all who witnessed the autumn dance have gathered. They arrange themselves in the familiar circle without speaking, hands finding the warm soil, bodies settling into stillness, and they wait, not with expectation but with open presence, ready for whatever might or might not occur. For a long time nothing happens. The greenhouse is quiet except for the gentle sounds of plant life, the whisper of leaves, the occasional creak of growing wood, the soft bubble of water moving through stems. Then, so gradually that no one can say exactly when it begins, they feel it, not the driving rhythm of the autumn dance, but something quieter, deeper, the slow pulse of roots drawing inward, of life force settling into the protected depths for winter's rest. No roots emerge this time. There's no visible movement at all, but everyone feels it, the profound peace of dormancy, the trust required to withdraw from the world and rest, the faith that spring will come again. It's a different kind of dance, performed in stillness rather than motion, but no less profound. They sit with this quiet rhythm for hours, learning its gentle lessons, that rest is as sacred as growth, that withdrawal can be a form of self-care rather than abandonment, that sometimes the deepest magic happens in the spaces between activities, in the pause between breaths, in the dormant season that makes explosive growth possible. When they finally rise and leave, it's with the understanding that they've been given another gift. The plants have shared not just their joy, but their wisdom about cycles, about the necessity of both dance and stillness, growth and rest, community and solitude. As the students walk back to the castle through the cold winter night, their breath forming clouds in the frigid air, they carry within them the warmth of connection. They know that beneath the frozen ground, roots rest and dream, gathering strength for spring's return. And they know that they're part of this eternal cycle, invited into the dance of growth and rest that powers all life. Professor Sprout, watching from the greenhouse door as the last students disappear into the castle, smiles with deep satisfaction. The root dance was just the beginning. Her students have learned to hear the earth's rhythm, to feel their place in the web of growing things. They'll carry this awareness with them wherever they go, spreading seeds of connection in a world that too often forgets its roots. In Greenhouse 3, the soil cools and settles for the night. Beneath its surface, roots intertwine in their winter sleep, holding each other through the dark months ahead. And perhaps in their vegetable dreams, they dance still, a slow, patient dance of endurance and faith, knowing that those who learn to move with them will return when spring calls them all to growth once more. The magic of the dancing roots becomes legend at Hogwarts, passed down through years of students. But for those who were there, who felt the rhythm and joined the dance, it remains immediate and real, a reminder that consciousness takes many forms, that joy can emerge from unexpected places, and that sometimes the most profound magic is as simple as recognizing our connection to the living earth beneath our feet. As the earth settles into its winter slumber and the dancing roots rest in their soil beds, another wonder awaits discovery in the forgotten corners of Hogwarts. Sometimes the most precious magic isn't newly made but patiently preserved, waiting centuries for the right hands to find it. Join us for the floating seed jar. The 7th year students move through Greenhouse 4 with the careful efficiency of those who know their time at Hogwarts is drawing to a close. Outside, the late October afternoon casts long shadows across the grounds, and through the greenhouse glass you can see the Whomping Willow's leaves turning gold and copper in the autumn light. There's a bittersweet quality to these final months. Every familiar task carries the weight of lost time. Every corner of the castle seems more precious, knowing it will soon be memory. You follow Iris Blackwood, a Ravenclaw whose dark hair is perpetually escaping from the practical bun she attempts each morning. Her fingers are stained purple from handling midnight plums earlier, and there's a smudge of soil on her cheek that she hasn't noticed. She's been given the task of reorganizing the storage area of Greenhouse 4, a job usually reserved for the most responsible students, as this greenhouse houses the rarest and most temperamental specimens in Professor Sprout's collection. The main growing area bustles with activity. Other 7th years tend to their new level projects. A Hufflepuff coaxing a reluctant pyramid pine to produce its annual golden cone. 2 Gryffindors carefully harvesting tears from a weeping willow sapling that only cries during autumn. A Slytherin documenting the color changes of chameleon chrysanthemums with meticulous notes. But Iris works alone in the back corner, where decades of accumulated supplies create a maze of shelves and cupboards. She's already sorted through 3 shelves of ancient plant food formulas, some so old the labels have faded to illegibility. Empty pots have been stacked by size, their terracotta surfaces bearing the ghostly mineral traces of long decomposed roots. Coils of copper wire for training climbing plants hang from hooks, green with verdigris. Everything speaks of time's passage, of generations of students who've worked in this space before her. The corner she's reached now is the most neglected, hidden behind a curtain of silver bell vines that have grown unchecked for years. Their delicate flowers chime softly as she parts them, a melody like distant wind chimes that seems to welcome her into this forgotten space. Dust motes dance in the shaft of amber light that follows her in, thick enough to make her sneeze. "Lumos," she whispers, and her wand light reveals a narrow space between the back wall and a tall cupboard that's pulled away from the stone at some point in the past. Spider silk drapes everything here in gossamer veils, but not the thick, aggressive webs of common spiders. These are silver and delicate, the work of star weaver spiders whose silk is prized for its magical properties, but who are themselves so shy they're rarely seen. Iris carefully brushes aside the silken curtains, respectful of the tiny architects who created them. Behind the cupboard, almost invisible in the shadows, sits a shelf she's certain no one has touched in decades, perhaps centuries. The wood is dark with age, carved with runes so worn they're barely indentations in the grain. And on this shelf, pushed back against the wall as if deliberately hidden, sits a jar. Even before she touches it, Iris feels something emanating from the jar. Not heat exactly, but a kind of presence, like standing near a sleeping dragon and feeling the potential of its power. The jar itself is nothing special to look at. Clear glass, perhaps a foot tall, with a wide mouth sealed with burgundy wax. But wrapped around it, binding the wax seal in place, are strands of what can only be Starweaver silk, silver bright despite the years. She reaches out slowly, half expecting the jar to vanish like a mirage, but it's solid under her fingers, surprisingly warm despite the cool corner where it's been hidden. As she lifts it, carefully cradling its weight, she notices that the contents seem to shift and swirl, though the jar hasn't been shaken. Bringing it out into better light, she gasps softly. The jar is full of seeds, but seeds unlike any in her extensive botanical knowledge. They glow with their own inner light, some golden like captured sunlight, others silver as moonbeams, a few that pulse with deep purple radiance like distant stars. Their various sizes, from tiny specks barely visible to some as large as chestnuts, and they move, drifting in the jar like luminous fish in a glass bowl, though there's no liquid to suspend them. "Professor Sprout?" Iris calls, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break whatever spell keeps the seeds in their eternal dam. Footsteps approach, and Professor Sprout appears through the silver bell curtain. Her cheerful expression shifts to one of profound amazement as she sees what Iris holds. Merlin's beard, she breathes, moving closer with something approaching reverence. A seed archive. I'd heard rumors, but I never believed. May I? Iris carefully passes the jar to her professor, noting how Sprout's hands tremble slightly as she accepts it. The older witch examines the seal, the binding silk, the mysterious contents, her expression growing more wondering by the moment. This seal, she murmurs, tracing the Hogwarts crest pressed into the burgundy wax. It's old. See how the badger and eagle are positioned? That style dates back to the 1600s at least. And this silk, she touches it gently. Starweaver silk doesn't decay. These strands could have been spun yesterday or 5 centuries ago. What kind of seeds are they? Iris asks, mesmerized by the constant, gentle movement within the jar. That's the beautiful mystery, Professor Sprout replies. Seed archives were created by master herbologists to preserve specimens for future generations, but they weren't just storage, they were enchanted to keep the seeds in a state of perpetual readiness, neither dormant nor growing, suspended in potential. Some of these could be from plants now extinct. Others might be varieties that evolved into species we know today. Each one is a piece of botanical history. She looks up at Iris with shining eyes. You've made an extraordinary discovery, Miss Blackwood. The question now is what to do with it. Other students have begun to gather, drawn by the unusual quality of their professors' voices. They form a loose circle, peering at the jar with its dancing lights. Someone dims the greenhouse lamps, and the seed's glow becomes more apparent, casting shifting patterns of colored light on the watching faces. Should we open it? Asks Martin Coldwell, a Hufflepuff whose family has produced herbologists for generations. His voice carries both excitement and caution. Professor Sprout considers carefully. The preservation spells have held this long, but seeds, even magically preserved ones, aren't meant to be kept forever. They're meant to grow, to become what they carry the potential for. She looks around at her assembled students. This feels like a decision that should be made together. These seeds have waited centuries for this moment. What do you all think? A heated but respectful discussion follows. Some argue for keeping the jar sealed, preserving it as a historical artifact. Others advocate for planting everything immediately, eager to see what forgotten wonders might spring from the ancient seeds. Iris finds herself in the middle, understanding both impulses, but feeling drawn to a third option. What if, she suggests quietly, and the others fall silent to hear her, we open it ceremonially, with respect for what it represents, and then decide together which seeds to plant first, documenting everything carefully. These seeds are a gift from the past. We should honor that while still allowing them to fulfill their purpose. Nods of agreement ripple through the group. Professor Sprout beams at Iris. Spoken with the wisdom of a true herbologist. Very well, let's prepare properly for this moment. What follows is a careful ritual, born not from any textbook, but from instinct and respect. They clear a space in the center of the greenhouse, arranging cushions in a circle. Candles are lit, not for light, but for ceremony. Someone thinks to gather representatives from other plants in the greenhouse, creating a living witness to what's about to unfold. As the sun sets outside, painting the glass walls in shades of rose and gold, they begin. Professor Sprout shows Iris how to carefully warm the wax seal with her wand, softening it without damaging it. The Starweaver silk proves more challenging, it's strong as steel despite its delicate appearance. In the end, they whisper thanks to the long-gone spiders and cut it carefully with silver scissors kept for harvesting magical plants. The moment the seal breaks, the change is palpable. A soft sigh escapes the jar, like a breath held for centuries finally released. The seed's glow intensifies, and they begin to rise, floating up out of the jar like bubbles in champagne. But they don't disperse. Instead, they hover in the air above the jar, arranging themselves in a slowly rotating constellation. Hest, someone whispers. Perhaps everyone whispers it together. The seeds have formed a pattern, a three-dimensional map of something, though what isn't immediately clear. They pulse gently, their different colors creating a rhythm of light that's hypnotic to watch. Then the visions begin. Each seed seems to project a memory, faint at first but growing clearer. The golden seeds show sun-drenched gardens that once graced Hogwarts grounds, a Renaissance herb garden with intricate knot patterns, a Victorian glass house that stood where the lake now laps, a medieval physic garden tended by monks. Plants grow and bloom in fast-forward, seasons cycling in moments, years compressed to heartbeats. The silver seeds reveal moonlight gardens, spaces dedicated to plants that only bloomed at night or required lunar phases for their cultivation. Iris sees a grove of silver lime trees that once stood near the castle, their nocturnal flowers so fragrant they could induce prophetic dreams. A pond filled with moon lotuses that opened only under the full moon, their petals used in the most powerful healing potions. Night-blooming cereus that flowered once a year, their blooms lasting just hours, but capable of granting true sight. The purple seeds show the rarest sights, gardens that existed partially in other realms. A grove where the trees grew simultaneously in the physical world and the realm of dreams. A flower bed where time moved differently, where plants experienced years in days or days in years. A greenhouse that was bigger inside than outside, containing specimens from places that maps couldn't find. But more than the gardens themselves, the seeds show the gardeners, generations of witches and wizards who tended these spaces with love and dedication. Iris sees a medieval herbalist teaching students to sing to their plants in Latin, a Victorian witch in elaborate robes coaxing a reluctant dirigible plum tree to fruit, a wizard from the 1920 cents dancing between raised beds, his joy infectious enough that the plants sway along. One particular vision captures everyone's attention. An elderly witch with silver hair and kind eyes, she looks familiar somehow, though none can place her, stands in what's clearly an earlier version of Greenhouse 4. She holds an empty jar, and one by one she places seeds inside. With each addition she whispers something, a name, a property, a memory. Her care is evident in every gesture. That's Philida Spore, Professor Sprout breathes, the author of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. But she looks older here than in any portrait I've seen. They watch as Philida completes her task, seals the jar with wax and spider silk, and then does something unexpected. She doesn't place it on a prominent shelf or in a place of honor. Instead, she deliberately hides it in the very corner where Iris found it, behind the shelf, in the shadows. As she does, her lips move clearly enough to read, for the future gardener who needs to remember what we've forgotten. May these seeds bridge past and future, keeping our garden's memory alive. The vision fades and the seeds slowly descend back toward the jar. But they don't return to it. Instead, they hover at chest height, waiting. The message is clear. They've shown their history, and now they await decision about their future. She hid them deliberately, Martin says slowly. Not to keep them from being found, but to ensure they'd be found by the right person at the right time. All eyes turn to Iris, who flushes under the attention. I just found them, by accident. There are no accidents in magic, Luna Lovegood's younger cousin Celeste says, dreamily from where she's been watching with the sixth years. Only appointments we didn't know we had. Professor Sprout nods thoughtfully. Miss Blackwood, you've shown remarkable care and wisdom throughout this process. I think Phillida would approve of her seeds being in your hands. The question remains, what do we do now? Iris looks at the floating seeds, thinking of all the extinct plants they might represent, all the lost knowledge contained in their genetic memories. Then she thinks of Phillida's words about bridging past and future. We should plant some, she says decisively. Not all. Some should be preserved for study, and some saved for future plantings. But these seeds have waited long enough. They want to grow. She pauses, then adds, and I think we should plant them throughout Hogwarts, not just in the greenhouses. Restore some of the lost gardens we saw, create new ones. Let them be living memorials to all the gardeners who came before. The idea ignites enthusiasm in the group. Students begin suggesting locations. The courtyard that gets morning sun would be perfect for the golden seeds, the grove near the astronomy tower for the silver moonlight varieties. Even the purple seeds, mysterious as they are, might find homes in the liminal spaces of Hogwarts, where magic runs strongest. They spend the next hour carefully cataloguing each seed, with Iris sketching their appearances and recording the visions they showed. Some seeds are selected for immediate planting, chosen for their apparent hardiness and the clarity of their visions. Others are carefully placed in individual containers, labeled with what little they know and stored for future research. The first planting happens right there in Greenhouse 4. They choose a golden seed the size of an acorn that showed visions of a tree with leaves that sang in the wind. Professor Sprout prepares a large pot with specially mixed soil, earth from the greenhouse, sand from the lake shore, crushed moonstone for magical enhancement, and a pinch of phoenix ash for rebirth. Iris makes the planting, pressing the seed into the soil with gentle firmness. The moment it's covered, the soil begins to warm, and within minutes, impossibly fast even for magical plants, a green shoot emerges. It grows as they watch, reaching toward the greenhouse roof with obvious eagerness. By the time curfew approaches, it's a sapling as tall as Iris herself, with silver bark and leaves that shimmer with their own light. And yes, when the evening breeze flows through the greenhouse vents, the leaves produce a soft, melodious hum, like a choir warming up in the distance. A harmony tree, Professor Sprout says wonderingly. They were thought completely extinct after the dragonpox epidemic of 1672. The healers used every last leaf trying to cure the sick, and the trees were so rare they never recovered. She touches a leaf gently, and it chimes in response. But now we have one again. Think of the healing potions we can brew, the students who will find peace under its branches. The success energizes everyone. Over the following weeks, more seeds are planted throughout the grounds. Not all germinate. Some remain dormant despite every encouragement, perhaps waiting for conditions that no longer exist. but many do grow, and with them comes a transformation of Hogwarts' botanical landscape. The moon lotuses take root in a specially created pond near the greenhouses, their silver flowers reflecting the lunar phases so accurately that astronomy classes begin using them as teaching aids. A grove of whispering willows springs up near the Black Lake, their trailing branches creating private spaces where students can study or simply think in peace. The dirigible plum that grows in the courtyard produces fruit so buoyant that they have to net the tree to keep the plums from floating away. But it's the purple seeds that provide the most wonder. Planted in places where Hogwarts magic runs deep, near the Room of Requirement, in the courtyard where the founders once met, at the border between the Forbidden Forest and the grounds, they grow into plants that don't quite obey the normal rules of reality. One becomes a temporal rose that blooms simultaneously in all seasons, its petals showing spring green, summer gold, autumn red, and winter white, all at once. Another grows into a dream vine that climbs the castle walls near the divination tower, its flowers opening only when someone with true sight passes by. A third becomes a memory fern, whose fronds, when touched, share glimpses of what happened in that spot decades or centuries ago. Iris takes responsibility for documenting everything, creating a new kind of seed archive, not hidden away, but actively growing and accessible. She interviews portraits who remember some of the older gardens, researches in the deepest corners of the library, corresponds with herbologists around the world who are amazed by the rediscovered species. Her project becomes legendary among the students. Younger years make pilgrimages to see the growing collection, and many are inspired to pursue herbology with new enthusiasm. The gardens become outdoor classrooms where Professor Sprout teaches about more than just plant care, about history, about preservation, about the responsibility that comes with being custodians of magical knowledge. As winter approaches and Iris's time at Hogwarts grows short, she makes a decision. Working with Professor Sprout and Madame Pince, she creates a complete catalogue of the seed archive. Not just what was planted and where, but the stories each seed contained, the visions they shared, the history they preserved. The book, bound in silver bark from the Harmony Tree and illustrated with moving drawings, takes its place in the library with a permanent charm, ensuring it can never be removed or destroyed. But she also does something else. On a night when the moon is dark and the stars shine brightest, she returns to Greenhouse 4 with a new jar. This one spelled and sealed with the same care Philida used centuries ago. Into it, she places seeds from the new generation of plants, the children and grandchildren of the archive seeds, carrying both ancient memory and new growth. She includes seeds from plants that adapted to modern conditions, hybrids that arose naturally, mutations that proved beneficial. Each one is documented, but more than that, each one is blessed with the same intention Philida had, to bridge past and future, to ensure that the green-growing magic of Hogwarts never fades. She doesn't hide this jar as Philida did. Instead, she places it prominently on a new shelf in Greenhouse 4, with instructions for its care and eventual opening carved into a brass plate beneath. To be opened in 100 years, it reads, or when the garden needs remembering, whichever comes first. On her last day at Hogwarts, Iris walks through all the spaces where archive seeds now grow. The Harmony Tree has become a gathering place for students seeking peace. The moon lotuses have inspired 3 new research papers on lunar influences in herbology. The memory fern has helped solve 2 castle mysteries and started a dozen more. Everywhere she looks, the past is alive and growing into the future. She pauses longest at a small garden she created near the entrance to the greenhouses. Here grow descendants of every successfully germinated archive seed, arranged not by species or magical properties, but by the stories they tell. The section dedicated to healers' plants grows next to the corner for plants that sing. The bed of night bloomers faces the collection of sunlovers across a path designed for moonlight walks. At the garden's heart stands a simple stone with an inscription: "In memory of all who tended this earth before us, and in hope for all who will tend it after, may the seeds of their wisdom bloom eternal." As she stands there, Iris feels presences gathering, not ghosts, but something gentler. The accumulated care of centuries of gardeners, perhaps, or the gratitude of plants given new life. The garden shimmers slightly in the afternoon sun, and for a moment she sees it all, past, present, and future overlaid like transparent paintings. All the gardeners who were, herself as she is, and shadowy figures of those yet to come, all tending the same sacred space. A hand touches her shoulder gently. Professor Sprout stands beside her, eyes suspiciously bright. "You've done something remarkable here, Iris," she says softly. "Not just in growing the plants, but in understanding what Phillida truly intended. The archive was never just about preserving seeds. It was about preserving the connection between magical folk and the green world. You've not just maintained that connection, you've strengthened it for generations to come." That evening, at the leaving feast, Professor Dumbledore makes special mention of the Hogwarts Heritage Gardens, as they've come to be known. He speaks of how magic is not just in spells and potions, but in the patient tending of growing things, in the preservation of knowledge, in the bridge between what was and what will be. Iris receives applause from the entire hall, but what touches her most is the small velvet pouch Professor Sprout presses into her hand as students prepare to board the train home. Inside are seeds, just a few, but she recognizes them immediately. Cuttings from the first Harmony Tree sapling, spores from the Memory Fern, a pod from the Temporal Rose. "For wherever your path takes you," Professor Sprout says, "so you can start new gardens, create new bridges. The work doesn't end with Hogwarts. It begins here." As the Hogwarts Express pulls away from the station, Iris watches the castle grow small in the distance. But she knows that in the greenhouses and gardens, the seeds she helped awaken continue their patient growth. Roots deepen, stems strengthen, new seeds form. The cycle continues, as it always has, as it always will. And somewhere in Greenhouse 4, on a shelf marked with brass and hope, a new jar of seeds waits its turn to bridge time, carrying forward the dreams and dedication of another generation of gardeners who understood that the truest magic is that which connects us all, past to future, earth to sky, seed to flower to seed again, in an endless dance of becoming. Years later, when Iris has gardens of her own in far-flung corners of the magical world, she still dreams sometimes of that moment when the first seed jar opened. The sigh of centuries releasing, the dance of lights ascending, the visions of all that was lost and could be again. And in those dreams she sees new students finding new jars, planting new seeds, continuing the work that has no beginning and needs no end. The simple, profound magic of helping things grow. The impact of the rediscovered seeds extends far beyond Hogwarts walls. The Harmony Tree's leaves, when properly prepared, prove capable of curing forms of magical malady that have plagued healers for generations. St. Mungo's requests cuttings, and soon every magical hospital in Britain has its own Harmony Grove. the tree's perpetual song bringing comfort to the ill and injured. Two of the Elephant City mosques, the Harmony Grove is gathered, and the Connellicourts. The internal and the external, debris and body, literary, medical and quite. The temporal roses become objects of intense study. Unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries make regular pilgrimages to Hogwarts to observe how the flowers exist in multiple seasons simultaneously. Their research leads to breakthroughs in understanding time's fluid nature, though they're careful to note that the roses themselves seem amused by human attempts to categorize their existence. One of the most touching developments comes from the memory ferns. Families who lost their histories during the wars find that touching the fern's fronds can recover glimpses of forgotten ancestors. A young Muggleborn discovers she had a squib great-grandmother who kept magical plants in secret. A wizard whose family records were destroyed learns the true story of his heritage through the fern's gentle revelations. The plants become pilgrimage sites for those seeking connection to their past. The purple seeds that grew into reality, bending plants inspire a new field of study, theoretical herbology. Professor Neville Longbottom, returning to Hogwarts as the new herbology professor after Professor Sprout's retirement, pioneers research into plants that exist partially in other dimensions. His greenhouse becomes a place where students learn that magic isn't just about manipulating reality, it's about understanding that reality has more layers than most ever perceive. But perhaps the most profound change comes in how students relate to the gardens themselves. Where once they might have hurried past the greenhouses on their way to other classes, now they pause, they notice, they tend. A tradition develops where each student, regardless of whether they take herbology, adopts a plant for at least one term. The castle grounds bloom with the care of hundreds of young gardeners, each learning patience and attention through their green charges. The Hogwarts Heritage Gardens become a model for other magical schools. Bozo-Batons requests seeds from the moon lotuses to create their own lunar garden. Durmstrang, despite its harsh climate, successfully grows Arctic varieties of the whispering willows. Ilvermorny starts its own seed archive, and correspondence between the school's herbologists creates an international network of magical plant preservation. Back at Hogwarts, the jar Iris created continues its patient wait. Students passing through Greenhouse 4 often pause to look at it, wondering what seeds future gardeners will discover. Some leave offerings, particularly beautiful flowers, unusual seeds they've found, notes of gratitude for the gardens that have given them peace during difficult times. These accumulate around the jar, like votive offerings at a shrine. The first Harmony tree, now grown to full maturity, becomes the site of an annual celebration. On the anniversary of the jar's opening, students and staff gather beneath its singing branches to share stories of the year's growth, both botanical and personal. Seeds are blessed, plans for new gardens are announced, and the youngest students are told the story of Iris Blackwood and the floating seeds that waited centuries to bloom again. In quieter moments, individual students find their own connections to the heritage gardens. A homesick first year discovers that the comfort moss, grown from a tiny spore in the original jar, eases her sadness when she sits beside it. A stressed seventh year finds that walking the spiral path through the time garden, where plants from different eras grow in chronological order, helps him put his new worries in perspective. A young couple shares their first kiss under the starlight vine, whose flowers open only for true emotions. The gardens also become havens for magical creatures. Bowtruckles colonize the whispering willows, their woody fingers perfectly suited to the delicate bark. A family of nifflers, much to everyone's amusement, takes up residence near the treasure plant, whose leaves shimmer like gold coins. but are worthless to anyone seeking material wealth. Moon frogs appear in the lotus pond, their silvery croaking adding to the nighttime chorus. Professor McGonagall, in her later years as headmistress, often takes evening walks through the gardens. She's been heard to comment that Hogwarts has never felt more alive, more truly magical than with these living connections to its history growing throughout the grounds. The castle and its gardens have become one organism, breathing together through the seasons. The legacy touches individual lives in countless small ways. A potion student discovers that adding 3 drops of dew from the memory fern to her forgetfulness potion creates a draught that helps recover genuinely lost memories, rather than just improving concentration. A transfiguration student finds that wood from the harmony tree makes wands particularly suited to healing magic. A divination student realizes that the dream vine's flowers can induce prophetic visions more reliable than any crystal ball. Letters arrive at Hogwarts from former students around the world. Iris writes from a magical preserve in New Zealand, where she's helping restore indigenous magical plants nearly destroyed by colonization. Others report from the Amazon, where they're documenting magical species before they're lost to deforestation. From the Sahara, where ancient drought-resistant magical plants might hold keys to surviving climate change. 4 of them trace their passion back to that moment when ancient seeds rose glowing from a forgotten jar. The quiet revolution spreads. Magical gardens spring up in unexpected places. Rooftop plots in London where urban wizards grow moonflowers. Community greenhouses in Hogsmeade where villagers share cuttings and stories. Wild meadows where magical plants are allowed to naturalize and create their own ecosystems. The rigid distinction between useful and ornamental plants dissolves as gardeners discover that beauty and function are inextricably intertwined in the magical world. At Hogwarts, new discoveries continue. A second-year Hufflepuff notices that the giggling gourds, cousins to the plants from the first greenhouse, laugh differently depending on who tends them, creating a musical identification system. A 4th-year Ravenclaw documents how the Babel bushes translate conversations between students speaking different languages, facilitating international friendship. A 6th-year Gryffindor trains the athletic asparagus to grow in obstacle course patterns, creating a living jungle gym that adapts to challenge each climber appropriately. The greenhouses themselves evolve. What began as simple teaching spaces become complex ecosystems. Greenhouse 4, birthplace of the Renaissance, develops its own microclimate where tropical and Arctic plants grow side by side, their magic creating harmony where Muggle botany would predict disaster. Greenhouse 5 is built specifically for the reality-bending plants, its walls inscribed with runes that allow for flexible dimensions. Students joke that you never enter the same Greenhouse 5 twice. As Iris's centenary jar approaches its first decade, discussions begin about what seeds to add from the newest generation of plants. Students submit proposals, arguing passionately for their favorites. Should they include the empathy eucalyptus, whose leaves help people understand others' perspectives? The homework vine, which grows at exactly the rate students complete their assignments, teaching time management through symbiosis. The courage cactus, whose blooms appear only when someone nearby performs an act of bravery. The selection process becomes a celebration of growth and change. Unlike Philidospor's solitary decision centuries ago, this is a community choice. Students, staff, and even the ghosts have input. Nearly Headless Nick advocates strongly for the phantom orchids, whose blooms are visible only to spirits and those who've had near-death experiences. In the end, they choose seeds that represent not just rare plants but the values the gardens have come to embody. seeds from plants that teach patience, that encourage cooperation, that demonstrate resilience. Plants that feed the body and the soul, that connect the mundane and the magical, that remind humans of their place in the larger web of life. The ceremony for adding these new seeds takes place under the full moon, with the entire school gathered in the gardens. The original harmony tree provides a musical backdrop, its leaves rustling melodies that seem to include echoes of every song ever sung in the gardens. The moon lotuses open in salute, their perfume carrying dreams and visions to all assembled. The memory ferns share glimpses of the past year's joys and sorrows, weaving them into the continuing story of Hogwarts. As each seed is added to the jar, the student who nominated it shares why it matters. Their words are simple, heartfelt, profound in their simplicity. This plant helped me find courage. This one taught me patience. This one showed me beauty in unexpected places. This one reminded me that growth often happens in the dark, unseen but vital. When the jar is sealed again, with new wax, new silk from the current generation of Starweaver spiders, it glows more brightly than the original ever did. Not because the seeds are more magical, but because they carry more stories, more connections, more love. They represent not just preservation, but active cultivation, not just memory, but hope. The jar returns to its shelf, but now it's surrounded by living plants, visited daily by students who water and tend and share their thoughts with the patient seeds. It's become not a time capsule, but a conversation between past and future, mediated by the eternal present of growth. In her final years, Professor Sprout often sits in Greenhouse 4, watching students discover the magic of patient tending. She thinks of Iris Blackwood, now a renowned herbologist whose books grace the Hogwarts library. She thinks of Phillida Spore, whose foresight made it all possible. She thinks of all the unnamed gardeners whose love and labor created the foundation for this flowering. But mostly, she watches the students, the way they lean in to whisper encouragement to struggling seedlings, the way they celebrate each new bloom, the way they've learned that magic isn't just something you do with a wand, it's something you cultivate with dirty hands and patient hearts, and the faith that tiny seeds contain infinite possibilities. The gardens grow, the seeds wait, the cycle continues, and in every leaf and flower, in every root and stem, the message repeats. We are all connected. We are all gardeners. We are all seeds, waiting for our moment to bloom. As seeds settle into soil and gardens dream of spring, the castle prepares for its quietest hours, when corridors empty and ancient stones remember their secrets. In the hushed time after midnight, when most of Hogwarts sleeps, other magics awaken to whisper their tales to those who know how to listen. Join us for the Whispering Leaves After Dark. The castle settles into its nighttime quiet as the clock tower chimes 11, each bronze note rippling across the grounds like stones dropped in still water. You find yourself following Sage Winters, a fifth-year Ravenclaw whose insomnia has become as much a part of her Hogwarts experience as classes and meals. She moves through the common room with practiced silence, her bare feet making no sound on the cold stone floor. Her doormates sleep peacefully behind blue silk curtains, unaware of her nightly wanderings. Sage wraps her midnight brew cloak around her shoulders, a gift from her grandmother, charmed to provide warmth without weight. She's learned over months of sleepless nights that the castle after dark is a different place entirely, full of shadows that breathe and corridors that hum with ancient magic. Tonight, something draws her not to her usual haunts. the astronomy tower, the empty library alcoves, but toward the greenhouses. The journey from Ravenclaw Tower requires careful navigation. Sage has memorized the patterns of the patrolling professors, knows which staircases creak and which portraits sleep lightly. She passes through pools of moonlight that silver the floor, past suits of armor that shift slightly in their eternal watch. The castle feels alive around her, aware of her presence, but accepting, as if recognizing a kindred spirit who appreciates the peace of midnight hours. Outside, the October air carries the sharp sweetness of dying leaves and distant frost. The moon, 3/4 full, casts everything in monochrome. The grass black as ink, the paths gleaming like rivers of light. Sage pulls her cloak tighter and makes her way down the sloping lawns toward the greenhouse complex. Drawn by an instinct she doesn't fully understand, the greenhouses stand like glass cathedrals against the night sky, their panes reflecting stars and moon in fractured patterns. During the day they bustle with students and growth, but now they seem to exist in a different realm entirely. Sage approaches Greenhouse 3, where the door stands slightly ajar, unusual but not alarming. Professor Longbottom often forgets to fully secure it, trusting the plants themselves to guard against intruders. She slips inside, and immediately the atmosphere changes. The air is warmer here, thick with humidity and the green scent of growing things. But there's something else, something that makes her pause just inside the doorway. A sound so soft it might be imagination, like distant conversation heard through water or wind through leaves. Except there is no wind in the sealed greenhouse. Sage moves deeper into the space, past the sleeping forms of mandrakes in their pots, around the venomous tentacula that shifts slightly at her presence but doesn't attack. The magical lighting is dim to simulate night, casting everything in shades of deep green and shadow. Moonlight filters through the glass ceiling, creating patterns on the floor that shift as clouds pass overhead. The whispering grows clearer as she approaches the back section where the more unusual specimens grow. Here are plants that Professor Longbottom calls the listeners, species that absorb and respond to their environment in ways that go beyond simple phototropism. The babel bushes that translate languages, the memory ferns that record the past, the story vines that grow in patterns reflecting the tales told near them. And now, in the deep quiet of midnight, they're all whispering. Sage sinks onto a wooden bench placed among the plants, closing her eyes to listen better. At first, the whispers seem random, fragments of words in languages she doesn't recognize, pieces of conversations with no context. But gradually, as her breathing slows and her mind quiets, patterns begin to emerge. The silver birch in the corner, its leaves shimmering even in the low light, whispers in what sounds like Old English. Fragments of spells and potions recipes from centuries past. A potted oak sapling murmurs about the forest it came from, sharing memories of wild boar and ancient rituals performed beneath its parents' branches. The weeping willow by the window speaks in sighs and sorrows, telling tales of lost love and reconciliation. But they're not just reciting. Sage realizes with growing wonder that the plants are telling stories they've overheard, conversations they've absorbed during their time in the greenhouse. She hears Professor Longbottom's gentle encouragement to struggling students, captured and repeated by the teaching tree. She catches fragments of student confessions shared with the comfort moss, their secrets safe in its non-judgmental embrace. The night-blooming jasmine recalls lullabies hummed by homesick first years. As she listens, Sage becomes aware that she's not alone. A translucent figure drifts through the far wall, the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's house ghost. moving with unusual purpose. The ghost pauses among the whispering plants, her expression softer than Sage has ever seen it in the castle corridors. "You hear them too?" the Grey Lady says, her voice barely distinguishable from the plant whispers. It's not really a question. Sage nods, unsure whether to flee or stay. She's never had a real conversation with her house ghost before. "I come here most nights," the Grey Lady continues, settling onto the air as if it were a solid chair. "For centuries I wandered the castle in silence, trapped in my own regrets. But here, among the leaves that remember everything, I find perspective." She gestures to a climbing rose with blooms so deep purple they appear black in the moonlight. "That rose grew from a cutting taken at my funeral. It remembers the tears shed, yes, but also the forgiveness offered. My mother planted the original, you see. Even in her grief, she chose growth over bitterness." The rose's whispers seem to intensify at the mention, sharing fragments of that long-ago day, the sound of rain on castle stones, words of love spoken over a grave, the determination to let beauty grow from sorrow. "The plants remember everything," Sage says softly, understanding beginning to dawn. "Every word spoken near them, every emotion felt in their presence. More than that," the Grey Lady replies, "they transform what they absorb. Pain becomes wisdom, joy becomes strength, fear becomes courage. They take our human experiences and process them through their patient, eternal perspective." As if to demonstrate, the story vine near Sage's bench begins to whisper more clearly. She recognizes the voice now, her own, from weeks ago, when she'd stayed after class to report a broken pot and ended up confiding in Professor Longbottom about her insomnia, her fears that she was somehow broken because sleep eluded her. But the vine doesn't just repeat her words, it weaves them into something larger, a story of all the students through the years who've struggled with sleep, who've found the night hours both burden and gift. The narrative includes those who became astronomers because the stars were their only companions, healers who learned to work the night shifts, researchers who discovered that some magic only reveals itself in darkness. "You're not broken," the vine seems to conclude in a voice made of many voices. "You're just attuned to different rhythms. The night garden needs its gardeners too." Sage feels tears slip down her cheeks, hadn't realized she was crying until the salt touches her lips. The Grey Lady watches with ancient compassion. "This is why I come," the ghost says simply, "to remember that every sorrow is part of a larger story, that isolation is often an illusion we create for ourselves." They sit in companionable silence for a while, listening to the layered whispers. More stories emerge, some joyful, some heartbreaking, all somehow transformed by their passage through leaf and stem into something bearable, even beautiful. A new presence makes itself known. A small moon moth, wings like silver tissue paper, fluttering through the greenhouse. It alights on various plants, and where it touches, the whispers grow clearer, more melodious. Sage watches its progress with fascination. "A memory moth," the Grey Lady explains. "They feed on stories. Not destructively, they help the plants process and release what they've absorbed. Like magical therapy, I suppose? But like The moth eventually comes to rest on Sage's extended hand. For a moment, she sees/feels knows the stories it carries. Fragments from 100 plants, 1,000 conversations, all woven together into a tapestry of human experience. The overwhelming message is one of connection. That every whispered secret, every shared joy or sorrow, becomes part of a larger whole. Would you like to contribute? The Grey Lady asks gently. The plants would welcome your story. Sage considers. She's kept her insomnia secret for so long, ashamed of this thing that makes her different. But here, in this space where plants whisper ancient secrets and ghosts find comfort, shame seems pointless. She stands and approaches the listening willow, placing her palm against its smooth bark. At first, she doesn't speak aloud, just thinks about her sleepless nights. The loneliness, yes, but also the strange beauty of the castle at rest. The clarity of thought that comes at 3 a.m. The poems she writes that no one reads. The connection she feels to the night sky. The willow accepts it all, its leaves rustling despite the still air, and then, miracle of miracles, it whispers back. Not in words exactly, but in impressions. She sees/feels other night wanderers throughout Hogwarts history. A medieval student who mapped the stars because he couldn't sleep. A Victorian witch who discovered that certain potions brewed at night had enhanced properties. A wizard from the 1920s whose insomnia led him to befriend the nocturnal creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Oh, you see, the Grey Lady says softly. You're part of a tradition you didn't even know existed. The Night Wanderers, they used to call themselves. There was even a secret society, though it disbanded when the members kept falling asleep during meetings. A ghost of a smile crosses her translucent features. Sage laughs, surprising herself. It feels good to laugh in this sacred space, surrounded by whispering witnesses to centuries of human experience. The night deepens around them. Through the glass ceiling, stars wheel in their ancient patterns. The plants continue their whispered conversations, sharing and resharing the stories they've collected. The moth flutters from leaf to leaf, facilitating the flow of memory and meaning. There's more, the Grey Lady says eventually. Places throughout the castle where the very stones whisper, where centuries of magic have left impressions that speak to those who listen. Would you like me to show you? Sage nods eagerly. Together they leave the greenhouse, though not before she whispers a thank you to the plants. Several rustle in response, and the story vine extends a tendril to brush her hand in farewell. The castle at night reveals new dimensions with the Grey Lady as guide. She shows Sage a corner of the library where ancient books murmur their contents to each other, keeping their knowledge alive through repetition. A section of corridor near the charms classroom where decades of practice spells have left an echo, whispers of Wingardium Leviosa and Lumos layering over each other like a magical palimpsest. They visit the trophy room, where the awards whisper the names of their recipients and fragments of the achievements that earned them. The Quidditch Cup recalls victories and defeats with equal nostalgia. The House Cup murmurs about points won and lost, rivalries and reconciliations. In a forgotten alcove behind a tapestry, they find a stone bench worn smooth by centuries of students. Here, the whispers are of first kisses and broken hearts, whispered confessions and promises made. The emotions have soaked into the stone itself, creating a place that radiates bittersweet tenderness. The castle remembers, the Grey Lady says as they pause in the astronomy tower, where whispers of wonder spiral up with the stairs. Every spell cast, every emotion felt, Every story lived within these walls becomes part of its essence. And on nights like this, when the veils are thin and the listeners are receptive, it shares those memories. They stand at the tower's pinnacle, looking out over the grounds. Even from here, Sage can hear whispers from the forbidden forest where the trees share older, wilder stories. From the lake where the water murmurs of creatures in its depths. From the very air where owls have carried messages of love and loss and everything between. Is it overwhelming? Sage asks. Hearing all these stories, knowing all these secrets? The Grey Lady considers. At first, yes. But I've learned that stories shared become lighter, more bearable. The plants taught me that. They take in all these human experiences, the joy and the pain, the triumph and the failure, and they transform them through their patient growing, their seasonal cycles. What seems unbearable in the moment becomes just another ring in the tree's trunk, another layer of growth. They make their way back through the castle, and now Sage hears whispers everywhere. Not overwhelming, as she'd feared, but comforting, like being surrounded by the gentle murmur of 1,000 friends sharing their experiences. The very stones seem to pulse with accumulated life. Back in the greenhouse, they find that more night visitors have arrived. A few nocturnal creatures, a bowtruckle dozing among the whispers, a pair of moon frogs whose croaking harmonizes with the plant voices, and surprisingly, another student, a second-year Hufflepuff Sage recognizes but has never spoken to, sitting cross-legged beneath the story vine, with tears streaming down her face. The girl looks up, startled and ashamed, but the Grey Lady drifts forward with maternal grace. The plants are for everyone who needs them, she says gently. Day or night, they listen without judgment. The younger student nods, wiping her eyes. I heard them from my dormitory window. They were calling, almost. Do you think they do that? Sage says, surprising herself by sitting beside the girl. When someone needs to be heard, they make themselves known. What follows is beautiful in its simplicity. The three of them, 2 students and a ghost, sit among the whispering plants and share. The second year talks about missing her Muggle family, about feeling caught between 2 worlds. Sage shares her insomnia journey, how she's learning to see it as a gift rather than a curse. The Grey Lady tells stories of other caught between students throughout history, how they found ways to bridge worlds rather than choose between them. The plants whisper along, weaving their words into the larger tapestry. The moth flutters between them, carrying stories like pollen from one to another. Time becomes fluid in this space, where past and present merge in the whispered narratives. As dawn approaches, painting the eastern sky in pale pearl, the whispers begin to change. They become softer, more like lullabies than stories. The plants are preparing for day, when they'll return to their quieter state, saving their whispers for the next night's listeners. Will they whisper again tomorrow? The second year asks sleepily. Every night, the Grey Lady confirms, for those who need to hear them. They leave together, an unlikely trio bonded by shared stories and plant whispers. The younger student heads to her dormitory, walking lighter than when she arrived. The Grey Lady drifts toward her tower, but pauses. Thank you, she tells Sage, for listening, for helping me remember that stories are meant to be shared. Sage watches her fade into the morning mist, then makes her own way back to Ravenclaw Tower. Her fellow students are just beginning to stir, preparing for another day of classes and ordinary magic, but Sage carries with her the extraordinary magic of the night. The knowledge that the castle itself is a repository of stories, that the plants remember everything, that no one is truly alone in their struggles. She falls asleep just as breakfast begins in the Great Hall, and for the first time in months, her dreams are full of whispers, not anxious or frightening, but comforting as a lullaby, connecting her to every dreamer who has ever walked these ancient halls. In the nights that follow, Sage becomes a regular visitor to the Whispering Gardens, sometimes alone, sometimes with the Grey Lady, occasionally joined by other insomniacs who've discovered this midnight sanctuary. She learns to distinguish between different types of whispers, the factual memories of the oaks, the emotional impressions of the willows, the transformed narratives of the story vines. She begins keeping a journal, documenting the whispers she hears, not to expose secrets, the plants teach discretion as well as sharing, but to preserve the wisdom, the patterns, the connections between stories separated by centuries. Professor Longbottom, discovering her project, provides her with special ink that shimmers like moonlight, perfect for capturing midnight revelations. Word spreads, as word does at Hogwarts, but slowly and gently. The Whispering Gardens become a known secret, a refuge for those who need to speak or listen, or simply exist in a space where every emotion is valid and every story matters. Unwritten rules develop. What's shared with the plants stays with the plants. Listeners respect each other's solitude or welcome company as needed. No one disturbs the moth in its work. The plants themselves seem to thrive on this new attention. They grow lusher, their whispers more nuanced. New specimens appear, gifts from students who want to contribute to the listening garden, a confession chrysanthemum that blooms when secrets are shared, a harmony hibiscus that helps different whispers blend into coherent narratives, a future fern that occasionally whispers not memories but possibilities. Sage's insomnia doesn't magically cure itself, but it transforms from affliction to vocation. She becomes the unofficial guardian of the night garden, the one who helps new visitors understand the whispers, who knows which plants offer comfort and which challenge growth. Her grades improve not because she sleeps more, but because she's found purpose in her wakefulness. The Grey Lady, too, is transformed by their partnership. She speaks more in the castle corridors, sharing wisdom with struggling students. Her reputation shifts from tragic figure to wise counselor. She and Sage develop a system where students can leave messages for the plants during the day, knowing they'll be whispered and transformed in the darkness. On the anniversary of that first night, Sage organizes a midnight gathering. Students and ghosts, even a few understanding professors, meet in the greenhouse to share stories and listen to the accumulated whispers of the year. The plants seem to recognize the occasion, their whispers harmonizing into something like song, a ballad of Hogwarts life in all its complexity. As the gathering ends and participants drift back to their beds or towers or haunts, Sage remains. She's learned to love these liminal moments when night gives way to day, when the whispers fade to murmurs to silence. In the growing light, she tends the plants that have become her teachers and friends, watering them with water mixed with moonlight, feeding them with soil enriched by centuries of growth. A new student appears at the greenhouse door, a first year with dark circles under his eyes, drawn by rumors of plants that understand. Sage smiles and beckons him in, ready to pass on what she's learned, that everyone has a story worth telling, that the night has its own magic, that sometimes the best cure for loneliness is discovering you're part of an ancient, ongoing conversation. The plants rustle in welcome, preparing their whispers for a new listener. And the cycle continues, secret to student, to story, to whisper, to wisdom, growing like the plants themselves in the patient darkness, reaching always toward the light. As seasons turn and years pass, the Whispering Gardens become a cornerstone of Hogwarts' hidden curriculum. Not taught in any class but learned through experience, the art of listening to plant memories transforms countless students. Sage, now in her 7th year, has seen the garden evolve from secret sanctuary to beloved tradition. The collection of whispering plants has grown remarkably. A delegation from Beauxbatons gifts a French memory vine that whispers in multiple languages, its stories flavored with lavender and summer wine. Durmstrang provides a northern night oak whose whispers carry the aurora borealis in their tones. Even Ilvermorny sends a dream-catcher willow, whose drooping branches filter nightmares into wisdom. But it's not just the exotic additions that matter. Common plants, tended with love and intention, develop whispering abilities. A simple pot of kitchen herbs begins murmuring recipes and family gatherings, after a homesick student spends hours talking to it about their grandmother's cooking. A struggling rosebush, nursed back to health by a determined 3rd year, starts whispering encouragement to other struggling things, plants and students alike. The Grey Lady becomes the unofficial historian of the whispered stories. Working with Sage, she creates a kind of living archive, not written down, which would diminish their power, but held in a special section of plants dedicated solely to preserving important whispers. These archive plants, as they come to be known, are tended with particular care, their whispers refreshed and strengthened through regular retellings. One particularly moving addition comes from Professor McGonagall, who donates a cutting from a Scottish heather that grew on her family's land. The plant carries whispers from generations of McGonagalls, stories of transformation and steadfastness that inspire young Transfiguration students. On quiet nights, you can hear it whispering about the responsibility that comes with the power to change things, about knowing when transformation is needed and when acceptance is the greater magic. The influence of the night gardens spreads beyond personal healing. Students who learn to listen to plant whispers develop enhanced empathy and intuition. They become better at reading the unspoken needs of their friends, more patient with difficult situations, more aware of the stories that everyone carries. Houses that were historically rivals find common ground in shared midnight listening sessions. A tradition develops where graduating students leave a whisper with a plant of their choosing, a kind of legacy for future generations. Some share advice, others warnings, many simply whisper gratitude for what they've learned. These graduation whispers become treasured, carefully tended by Sage and her growing team of night gardeners. The moon moth population increases too, drawn by the rich story ecosystem. On certain nights, dozens of them flutter through the greenhouse, their silver wings creating a living constellation as they facilitate the flow of memories. Students learn to read their flight patterns, understanding which stories need release, which need preservation, which need transformation. Professor Longbottom, fully aware of the night activities, adjusts his curriculum to complement them. Day lessons focus on the physical care of plants, while acknowledging that the deepest plant magic happens in the margins, in the quiet spaces between formal education. He installs moon phase calendars in each greenhouse, noting which plants whisper strongest at different lunar stages. The Whisper Garden's influence reaches even the castle ghosts. The Bloody Baron, drawn by reports from the Grey Lady, begins visiting on the darkest nights. His usual groans transform into whispered confessions among the ancient oaks, who accept his burdens without judgment. Slowly, even his chains seem lighter, their clanking less ominous. Nearly headless Nick becomes a regular, his partial decapitation making him uniquely attuned to stories of being caught between states. He and a transition fern develop a special bond, whispering about the beauty and frustration of existing in multiple conditions simultaneously. Even Peeves, in his chaotic way, contributes. He can't hear the whispers directly, but he notices their effect. His pranks around the greenhouse become gentler, more whimsical than destructive. Once, Sage catches him carefully watering the story vines with a stolen watering can, humming tunelessly while pretending he's planning mischief. The centaurs, observing from the forest edge, nod approvingly at this development. They send messages through Firenze that the plant whispers align with celestial movements, that the stories told to leaves and bark become part of the universal narrative written in stars. On clear nights, advanced students learn to read both the sky and the whispers, finding connections between cosmic patterns and personal tales. The Whisper Gardens face challenges too. A group of students attempt to use the whispers for gossip, trying to extract secrets for personal gain. But the plants, wise in their way, refuse to cooperate. Their whispers become gibberish when approached with impure intentions. The would-be exploiters leave confused and chastened, having heard only their own petty motivations reflected back at them. Another crisis comes when a well-meaning but misguided administrator suggests documenting all the whispers for posterity. Sage leads a gentle rebellion, explaining that reducing the whispers to written records would kill their living quality. The administrator, invited to spend a night listening, emerges at dawn with tears on her cheeks and all thoughts of documentation forgotten. The deepest magic of the Whisper Garden reveals itself slowly. Students who spend regular time among the whispering plants report that they begin to hear whispers elsewhere, in the wind, in running water, in the crackling of fire. Not voices exactly, but impressions, feelings, the stories that all things carry. They're developing what Professor Longbottom calls botanical consciousness, an awareness of the living stories that surround us always. This expanded awareness proves practically useful. A student realizes that the Whomwillow's violent movements are actually whispered warnings about its painful past. By approaching with acknowledged respect for its trauma, they're able to calm it without magic. Another student, attuned to plant whispers, notices that the vegetables in the Great Hall carry stories of the house elves' care and devotion, leading to a new appreciation for the kitchen staff. Sage begins teaching informal workshops on whisper listening, helping newer students develop their sensitivity. She creates exercises, sitting with a single plant for an hour, learning to distinguish between different types of whispers, practicing the kind of open stillness that invites stories to emerge. Her methods become so effective that other magical schools request visits to learn the technique. The relationship between day and night activities in the greenhouse blurs beautifully. Students who've heard a plant's whispered history tend it with extra care during daylight hours. Plants that receive loving attention during the day whisper more richly at night. The cycle of care and story, giving and receiving, creates an ecosystem of mutual support that extends throughout Hogwarts. One of the most profound developments comes when the Whisper Garden helps solve a centuries-old castle mystery. The combined whispers of ancient plants reveal the location of a lost founder's artifact, not through direct statement, but through the accumulated stories of students who'd glimpsed it, house elves who'd cleaned around it, ghosts who'd passed through its hiding place. The artifact, when found, proves less important than the demonstration of how interconnected all Hogwarts stories are. As Sage's graduation approaches, she faces the question of succession. Who will tend the night garden when she's gone? The answer comes naturally. not one person but a collective. The Second Year Society, as the Midnight Listeners have come to call themselves, organizes into a rotating schedule of caregivers. Each brings their own gifts. One student excels at calming agitated whispers, another at coaxing stories from reluctant plants, a third at helping new listeners feel well. Sage's leaving gift to the gardens is profound in its simplicity. She spends her last week whispering her own story to every plant in the greenhouse. Not just her insomnia journey, but everything she's learned about listening, about patience, about the magic of shared stories. The plants absorb it all, weaving her narrative into their collective memory. On her last night, the greenhouse is fuller than ever. Students, ghosts, even a few professors gather to honor what she's built. But Sage insists it's not about her. It's about the tradition that existed before she arrived and will continue after she leaves. She's just been a temporary caretaker of something much larger. The plants seem to agree. As midnight approaches, they begin whispering in unison. Not words, but a sound like wind through infinite leaves, like the earth itself sharing its dreams. Everyone present feels it, the connection between all living things, the stories that bind generation to generation, the magic that flourishes in darkness and reaches always toward light. When Sage finally leaves Hogwarts, she carries with her a cutting from the first plant she ever heard whisper, the listening willow. It will grow in her new garden, wherever life takes her, connecting her always to the midnight sanctuary where she learned that sleeplessness could be a gift, that stories shared become lighter, that the night has its own essential magic. And in the Hogwarts greenhouse, as new students discover the whispers for the first time, her story joins the countless others held in leaf and bark and root. The Grey Lady smiles as she watches new friendships form over shared listening. The moon moths dance their ancient patterns. The plants whisper on, patient as always, knowing that for every student who learns to listen, the world becomes a little less lonely, a little more connected, a little more whole. The whisper gardens endure, growing stronger with each passing term, teaching the same gentle lessons to each new generation, that everyone has a story worth hearing, that the night offers its own forms of illumination, and that sometimes the most profound magic is as simple as learning to listen to the whispers that surround us always, waiting patiently for us to grow quiet enough to hear. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.